Meeting to order. If everyone would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance presented by students from Sunflower Elementary. All right, 1.3, approval of agenda.
Before we approve the agenda, I would like to move 6.3 out of the consent agenda for 7.1.
Okay. 6.3 is going to be 7.1.
And with that, I'd make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, 2.1, presentation by students from Sunflower Elementary.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Andy Wright. I'm the principal at Sunflower Elementary. I am joined by 8 fourth grade students from our school. They're awesome students, and we really strive to make learning come to life at our school and to give students great experiences that are relevant and fun and interactive. In January, like a lot of schools, we celebrated Kansas Day, and part of the tradition at Sunflower is to have a wax museum. So we have students here who are going to transform into famous Kansans here in just a minute, and they'll enjoy the opportunity to kind of share with you. It's a brief snippet. This is 8 of the 59 students at 4th grade, but all 59 students were members of the Wax Museum on that day. So we'll let the students take over from here. We're going to bring a microphone to you.
And typically what happens, right, is we press the button and then you do your thing, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what's happening is we're pressing the button, all right? So you want to share, go for it. And hold this nice and close, okay?
Hello, my name is Russell Stover. I'm best known. I mess it up as soon as I start.
That's all right.
I just pressed the button again.
Hello, my name is Russell Stover. I'm best known for my famous Russell Stover candies. I was born in Alton in 1888, and my parents' names were John Stover and Sarah Stover. I have 5 siblings: Jesse, Sophia, Jeremiah, Gloria, and Wenema. In my early life, 1911, I got married to Clara May Lewis, and my wife made chocolates in our kitchen. Here are some interesting facts about me. I made chocolate. Oh my God, there it goes again. I made a chocolate empire with my wife. I moved to Kansas City in 1932. I produced the popular Eskimo pie. I died in 1954, May 11th.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Ad Asner. I'm famous for acting and voice acting. Most of you might know me from my movie Up. I was born in Kansas City, Missouri, 1929, November 15th. I grew up with my 4 older siblings, Ben, Esther, Laban, Eve, in Kansas City, Kansas City, Kansas. I went to Whiteham Elementary School and graduated in the University of Chicago. I forgot the year I started acting, but I finished acting in 2021. I married Cindy and Nancy, and I had 4 children: Lizzie, Charles. I had 4 children: Matthew, Kate, Lizzie, and Charles. Some of my movies that you might know include El Dorado, Christmas is Here Again, Up, and Elf. I played Santa Claus in the movie Elf. I died August 27th, 2021.
Hi, my name is Martina McBride, and I am famous for country singing and pop singing. I was born July 29th, 1966 in Sharon, Kansas. My parents are Dara and Jean, and my two brothers are Stephen and Martin. I grew up in a dairy farm, and I also love singing in my room. When I was 9, I sung in my dad's band, and I also was in the Grammys Award, and I'm currently alive.
I am Amelia Earhart. I am famous for being the first female to fly solo. I was born on July 24th, 1897 in Ashton, Kansas. My sister's name is Grace. When I was in my teens, and I was already about 200 to 300 feet off the ground. Once I dropped out of school to volunteer as a nurse in World War I soldiers. I was one of the first celebrities to create her own fashion line that is a trend that is popular among celebrities today. I died on July 2nd, 1937 over the Pacific Ocean.
I am George Washington Carver. I'm an agricultural scientist and inventor. I taught farmers to plant crops other than cotton and methods to prevent soil depletion. I was born in Diamond, Missouri, 1864. My brother's name is James, my dad's name is Giles, and my mom's name is Mary. I was born into slavery. My dad was a German-American immigrant. Me and my mom and sister were kidnapped. My dad hired a Union scout to find me, my mom, and my sister. I am on the $50 coin. I consider weeds nature's veggies and eat them. I helped Henry Ford make peanut rubber that was used for cannons. I died January 5th, 1943 in Tuskegee, Alabama.
Hello, my name is Bubba Starling. I am best known for playing baseball for the Kansas City Royals. I was born in Gardner, Kansas on August 3rd, 1992. My parents' names were Jimbo and Deb Starling. I graduated from Gardner Edgerton High School. I was the number 12 high school recruit for football. I was the number 1 baseball recruit in the nation. I played outfield for the KC Royals. In my baseball career, I hit 5 home runs. In 2020, I played in the Olympic Games in Tokyo for the USA. I am still alive, and I coach youth baseball for the Building Champions Baseball Academy.
Hello, my name is Joe Engel. I am a famous astronaut. I was born on August 26, 1932 in Chapman, Kansas. My parents are named Abner and Margaret Engel. I went to school in Chapman, Kansas. I was active in my Boy Scout troop. I also went to KU. I was born on August. I was one of 19 astronauts selected by NASA to fly a space shuttle in 1966. I was picked to land on the moon for Apollo 17, but was replaced by geologist Harrison Schmitt. NASA wanted a professional geologist instead. I lodged 225 hours in space. I died July 10th, 2024 at age 91.
Good afternoon. My name is James Naismith, and I invented the sport basketball. I was born on November 6, 1861, at Almont, Provence. I am a only child, and I lived with my grandma and uncle. When I was very young, my parents passed away from a typhoid fever. Most of my childhood was spent on a farm. When I was 78, I suffered a brain hemorrhage. I served as a chaplain for 1st Kansas Infantry during World War I. I worked as a teacher, coach, and an inventor. I passed away on November 28, 1939, Lawrence, Kansas.
Okay, we thank our 4th grade students and the courage to public speak in front of such a big audience, and thank you so much for your time and attention, and thank you students and parents and teachers for supporting them. So we appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Sure, we've got some parents who want to take pictures. Before he leaves, Deb, did he get everything right? Deb, did he get everything right? Okay, all right. That's his mom. Yeah, right? Oh.
He's got some of the same baseball skills, we think. So.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's
Oh, yeah.
so cool.
Hey, thank you.
All right, that was a great presentation. Thank you. 2.2, recognition of Naval Academy recruit Addison K. Holly.
Okay. I have the privilege of introducing Commander of in the United States Navy, Jesse Reed, who is going to share some more information about why you're here tonight. All right? Welcome.
Well, how's everyone doing tonight? Jesse Reed, retired commander from the United States Navy. And as he stated, I'll tell you why I'm here tonight. So I am a graduate of the United States Naval Academy. Grew up here in Kansas, graduated from Olathe East High School in 1998. And my job now, one of the things that I volunteer for here in this region, to include the Gardner-Edgerton School District, is I'm what's called the Naval Academy Liaison Officer for this area. My job is to interview motivated high school students that are entering their senior years or in their senior years of high school, and to guide them through the admissions process for the Naval Academy. It was a couple years ago now, God, 20-something years ago, I was at my own high school awards night for Olathe East High School and receiving the same presentation that we gave for Addie here the other night. And let me just say, both her and her sister, what an impressive family, first of all. Very, very high achievers, and I get to interview a lot of high school kids in this role that I have, and this was one of my more pleasant experiences, was interviewing someone as motivated here as Addie. So Addie, come on over here. Just a quick background about me too, and this will give you some context of what Addie's gonna go through here eventually. After I graduated, I went through flight school. I was a naval aviator and flew fighter jets for the Navy for a good 15 years. Even had the privilege of going through the Top Gun school, Navy Fighter Weapons School. It's not like the movies, so it's a lot nerdier. But had some great experiences, and by virtue of my experiences at the Naval Academy. The significance of this cannot be understated. Addison here, she's gonna have a very short summer break coming up, maybe a month, I don't know, and some change. And then she's gonna go start at the Naval Academy, and she's gonna raise her right hand, she's gonna take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And from there, she's gonna be off to the races. It's gonna be one of the hardest 4 years of her life, and I tell everybody it's designed that way. So we were just talking a little bit here beforehand about what to expect, and she's telling me, oh, I should probably make sure I'm in shape and I can run and do push-ups and all that. She's an athlete, she's got all that part. Like, it's gonna be the mental game. And I can't emphasize enough that what this place prepares you for is the mental aspect of life in general. I also, just aside from this real quick, I want to give a shout out to Frank Bell here. He's the principal. I gave him a little ribbon the other night at the presentation at the high school, but we were talking about grit beforehand and the importance of that. And Frank Bell was my old basketball coach in high school at Olathe East, one of my science teachers. And he was a tough guy to play for, but he was fair. And even though I wasn't the best basketball player on the team, I walked away with some life experiences from that. And I learned how to handle difficult situations. I learned how to handle the mental game of when you fail, how to pick yourself up. And I failed a lot in basketball, by the way. How to pick yourself up and brush yourself off and keep moving. And that's what Addie's going to experience here. So couldn't have a better teacher and principal to hopefully instill some of that here in what Addie's going to go through. Just a couple brief statistics here. I got my notes I'm going to go through that I read the other night. This education that she's about to receive is worth, and this is not just room and board, this is everything she's going to do. She's going to be hanging from helicopters here at some point in some summer. She's going to be going flying. She's going to be taking rides on ships and submarines. The cost to graduate a midshipman with current value of the dollar today is well over $500,000. So you guys are all taxpayers out there. Let me just say on her behalf, thank you very much for that. And the Naval Academy has a long list of very distinguished graduates. I'm not one of them, but we've graduated Rhodes Scholars, Nobel Prize winners, even a president of the United States. So it's a very distinguished fraternal organization that Addie here is about to join. The last thing I'm going to say here is just what it's going to look like for her in a few years. Is after she graduates, she's going to go on into some form of combat role. It could be on surface ships, it could be as an aviator, it could be a Marine. She's told me a little bit about what she plans on, but after you go through that 4 years and you get exposure to all these different things, who knows what's going to happen. But one thing's going to happen. She's going to graduate, she's going to be a commissioned officer in either the Navy or the Marine Corps, and she's going to be in charge of people right away. At one point, she's going to be a 24, 25-year-old kid, that's a kid to me, right, in charge of hundreds of people. Sailors and Marines that she's charged with their day-to-day care and maybe even making life and death decisions. That's what the Naval Academy is going to prepare her to do. And the beauty of the military, I'm going to editorialize just here for a second too, in our current state of education across the country, and I see a lot of stuff in the news where it's kind of in vogue to hate on America. It's kind of in vogue to to sort of bite the hand that feeds us these days. And the beauty of the military and the beauty of the Naval Academy is it doesn't matter what your demographics are, where you come from, what your background is, what race you are, what orientation you are. You're all combined for one effort together. And it's a beautiful thing. And not once in any of my experiences did race or did other demographics, orientations, anything like that come up. We were one united team, and we had a mission to serve, and we had each other's backs. So it's a beautiful thing, and I just want to emphasize that that's one of the things that still keeps me motivated to this day of when I meet people like Addie, is that she's going to go have this great experience. She's going to meet people from all walks of life, and it doesn't matter where you come from, you're all on the same team. So just want to emphasize that. Okay, I'll wrap it up here because I'm running long. But I'd like to just go ahead and present to Addison here her letter of appointment. This is still hanging on my wall at home. Actually, it's in my office now at work. But this is still hanging on the wall. This is where it all started for me, and this is where it's now starting for Addie. And I know she couldn't do it without the help of the family and your schools and the whole support of the community. So thank you from a Naval Academy liaison officer for producing such a great candidate for the Naval Academy. Our world and our country is going to be better for it. So thank you. Congratulations again.
Yeah, I'm about to give you this. Okay. Well, that's a hard act to follow there. Great speech. A little bit about me. I'm with Congresswoman Sharice David's office, and I was on the appointing board, per se, for us. So what we do is we get a bunch of great young people out of the district. They compete. It's a pretty tough process, ain't it? And then we nominate them. We have 3 panelists, and then myself and Patrick, my colleague, who couldn't make it today. And then we make the decisions based off of a scale at 1 through 10, and we put them on there, and then we wait for the service academies to give the appointments. Just a little bit about these young folks that wasn't mentioned. 10% of students in the United States get into these service academies. Top 10%. That's remarkable. So when I look over these young folks, testaments and resumes and narratives, I always shake my head. I say, man, what was you doing when you were 17, 18 years old? You wasn't doing that. And so they come from some very great backgrounds, accomplished so much. And I had the Congresswoman sign this yesterday, and I wanted to give you this. I'm going to read it out loud. This is a certificate of special congressional recognition presented to Addison Holly on the occasion of your appointment to the U.S. Naval Academy, May 12, 2025, signed Congresswoman Sharice Davids.
Dr. Huff, her parents wanted to get a picture. Okay. Give him some. No, just.
2.3, recognition of KU awards for 25 years in education.
Thank you. The University of Kansas School of Education and Human Sciences is proud to continue its program of awarding certificates of service to teachers and administrators who have completed 25 years of service in the education field. This service contributes fundamentally to Kansas' future and the nation. And so this year, the University of Kansas has recognized 16 of our school district members, veteran educators, for their dedication and service to public education. And we have several of them here tonight. So when I read your name, if you'll just come up here and stand shoulder to shoulder, and your plaque is there, and then we'll get a picture. So again, congratulations to each of you. So Jenny Adrian, who is the principal at Edgerton Elementary. Tony Britt, the art teacher at Gardner Edgerton High School. Brian Essex, physical education teacher at Trail Ridge Middle School. Okay. Chris Fry, art teacher at Pioneer Ridge Middle School. Mike Gunderson, who I know is here, special education teacher at Gardner Edgerton High. And I saw Buffy. Buffy Hilton, physical education teacher at Trail Ridge Middle School. Mike and I go way back, like 48 years back. Karen Lean, speech and language educator at Sunflower Elementary. There she is. Peter Logan, English language arts teacher at Gardner Edgerton High. Oh, this pains me. Dr. Jody Marshall, assistant superintendent of administrative offices. PhD, buddy. Okay. Brian McGee, English teacher at Gardner Edgerton High. April Meyer, special education teacher at Edgerton Elementary. There's April. William Reeder, social studies teacher at Gardner Edgerton High School. Shannon Springer, special education teacher at Madison Elementary. Now we're getting some folks up here. Robin Stewart, first grade teacher at Nike Elementary. Jeremy Williams, physical education, there's Jeremy, physical education teacher at Nike Elementary. And Christine Yoakley, third grade teacher at Moonlight Elementary. Okay, hopefully it's not too difficult. If you want to grab your plaques behind you, because we alphabetical, and we're going to take a picture of all of you.
You guys are crazy sticking in this for 25 years.
We have nothing for 3. 4.1, hearing of requests and suggestions of citizens and organizations. We have 3 speakers tonight. We will start with Lisa Paulson, followed by Kristen Schultz, and finishing up with Amy Gilbertson. Lisa Paulson. All right, we'll have 2 speakers. Kristen Schultz, followed by Amy Gilbertson. So just 1 speaker.
That means I can get like 10 more seconds, right? Okay. Thanks. Okay. Good evening, board members and Dr. Huff. I'm the mother of 3 amazing Gardner graduates. Taylor, my oldest, graduated in 2007. She played varsity basketball and ran track, where she set records that have just recently been broken. Taylor returned after graduating from Emporia State to teach English and coach girls basketball at GEHS and track at PRMS. She earned her master's in administration in 2021. Dylan played varsity basketball under both varsity baseball under both coaches Tiny Van Reen and Corey Schrack. He was an AP honor student, graduated from GEHS in 2014 and from K-State in 2019 with a bachelor's in industrial psychology. Gabrielle played softball under coach Joanne Calvin, graduated in 2019 and went on to play softball at Pitt State, where she was the recipient of the Rawlings Gold Glove Award for the best shortstop in NCAA Division II softball, while also making the dean's list. She graduated with a bachelor's in business and now coaches softball at Iowa Western. All 3 of my children were members of the National Honor Society and earned 4.0s for most of their academic careers. Like any parent, I love bragging about my kids, but it's not them who I am here to compliment tonight, but instead the USD 231 heroes behind their successes. In light of Teacher Appreciation Month, I would like to praise the many educators, coaches, and counselors who made a lasting impact on the lives of my children. To those teachers who stayed after school to help, who coached, cheered, and especially those who challenged my children, thank you. To the teachers who taught math and reading, but also resilience, curiosity, confidence, and kindness, you didn't just shape my kids' minds, but also their character. My children are who they are today because of the way you showed up every single day with patience, purpose, and passion. You supported them when they were struggling, encouraged them when they stumbled, pushed them when they doubted themselves, understood them even when I didn't, and celebrated them when they succeeded. Though some of you have moved on, some have passed on, and some continue on, I am so very grateful for all of you. To Kelly Peterson Miranda, Pete Logan, Don Bouchard, Jan Bouchard, Brian McGee, Matt Jordan, Angela Hansen, Sue Speck, Barb McCormick, Jeff Marcos, Joanne Calvin, Thane Nonamaker, Melissa McIntyre, Robin Schrack, Nancy Stewart, and to the public school teachers everywhere, thank you for your dedication, compassion, brilliance, and belief in the promise of every child. I know that the outside noise can be deafening, but I and the many others working with Defensive Democracy stand with you because you are what is right with public education. It truly takes a village to raise a child. Thank you for being part of my village.
Thank you, Kristen. That will bring us to 5.1, grants and donations presented by Jeff.
We received the following donations. For Nike Elementary from Greater Horizons. The intent was employee matching gifts program for $150. For Madison Elementary from the, I'll try to say this, Landzettel family to provide students with supplies, a crate of crayons. For Gardner Edgerton High School, the Gardner Kiwanis Club. For the GEHS Teacher Oasis donation, that was $200. Wheat Ridge Middle School from the Heritage Christian Academy. It says $10,000 in set pieces for summer theater. Okay. Yep. Thank you for those generous donations.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you to the generous donors. That will bring us to the consent agenda. 6.1, minutes of the regular meeting held on April 14th. 6.2, financial statements. 6.3, nutrition services, 2025-26 meal prices. 6.4, 2025-26 student instructional and supplemental fee schedule. And 6.5, approval of claims.
You can.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 7.1. Approval of contracts and purchases that was pulled from the consent.
All right. I wanted to pull it out specifically for just two items. With all the business that we go through throughout every month, some of the really cool things we do gets kind of buried and hidden in some of the consent agenda. One of the things that we're doing is assistant principal at Trail Ridge Middle School. Normally, I'm not a big fan of adding more admins. Not something I normally support. But the explanation for everything, we're involved with the what the buildings are wanting for the year, what they're needing for the year, building assessments. That's where, there we go. I was getting there. Anyway, they between the teachers, between the principals, they really highlighted a need for more admin support at Trail Ridge, and they did a really good job presenting that. Jody, I think, did a really good job explaining it to me better, but I just think that's awesome. That one point on here is going to help with whole child parental engagement, special education, staff recruitment. It's just awesome that one thing is going to try to accomplish so many objectives. The other one I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to pass it off to Ben, but I did want to talk about the Apogee as well.
Yeah, we're super excited about this too, Greg, so I'm glad you called us out on it here. So if you've been to our website recently, you'll notice that there is a new chatbot, new feature. And so what this is set up to do is to help our community, our public, as they navigate our website and are looking for information. I'm sure you're all familiar with the chatbot, the front end of it, but what's really powerful for us as a school district are these 3 points here, and I'm not going to get into a lot of detail, but two that I do want to point out. On the second one here, surface information gaps and outdated info. We're even using this internally to remind us where stuff is at on the website and find errors. So we found an error on a part of the careers page that we were able to easily fix. But most powerful for us is to identify what are the people who are visiting our website are looking for. So I've just run this report for the last 10 days or so, and you can see that we've had a few in, it's got 33 languages built into it, some Polish, some Spanish. But what's powerful about this is it shows us by day the number of times that the bot has been interacted with versus the number of successful inquiries, and more specifically, what's been asked. So of the categories or the topics that have been asked about, you can see 28 of those were about a calendar, and then we can even drill down further to see what specifically is asked. So what is the last day of school? You can see that's very popular. Very popular calendar for the school year. But then there have been several recently about graduation. When is graduation? And of all of these, there's only been one, and then it also allows our public to report any errors they might see. And so far, we've only had a couple. But what this allows us to do is, as we get more familiar with this, is we can now call these items out on our website and make them more prominent on the front page so that our public is able to get to them easier. So we're really excited about this and the data it can provide, so just wanted to share that with the board.
No, I appreciate that. Also saving the 5,000 by doing it a little bit earlier is definitely an added bonus.
Yes, yeah, we were able to, because it was very coincidental, but the company that owns this Always On has actually sold the product to Aptigee, who has been our website provider for the last 7 or 8 years. So it was just a seamless transition for us to get this. And if we'd waited until June 1st, it was going to be another $5,000. So
I also like that one of the questions we talk about in the community committee that I'm on is how do we engage? What exactly are the community parents wanting us to engage with? And this kind of is a cheat sheet. It kind of shows us exactly what they're interested in, what they're looking for. It doesn't help us with the communication aspect, but their preferred communication, but again, helps us with one of our goals, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
So I'm going to add on a little bit to the Trail Ridge Middle School assistant principal question. As you may know, we've said this before, but we do operate on a data-driven decision model. Last year, we had discussed adding assistant principals at Wheat Ridge, Trail Ridge, and Madison. At the time, the data was pointing strongly in favor of adding one at Wheat Ridge and Madison, and we did so, and that was a great success. Those assistant principals are well needed and are showing good results at those buildings. We wanted to wait a year to see what the data was going to show us with Trail Ridge. And so I've asked Heather to give us just a quick rundown of some of the the highlights of some of that data that is driving us to the decision to add that assistant principal.
So I'll state some of the obvious. Trail Ridge is our largest middle school. So if you think about the number of students that we have enrolled there, that has an impact, as well as the number of staff members that we have. So when you have more staff members, there are more evaluations that our building principals have to conduct. And so if you think about more students, potentially more discipline, more behaviors, and they need to be in classrooms evaluating teachers and providing support that way, it can become tough. With limited resources. We also have the highest number of students on individualized education plans, IEPs, at Trail Ridge, and there is a requirement for an administrator to be present for those meetings. So again, more time that our principals are spending in those meetings with students and family. We also have our ELL program, as well as our communications program at Trail Ridge, which are both two exceptional programs that do take additional support. And so just kind of some nuance there. So we're excited about the opportunity that this position will afford our principals to have more of a direct impact on classrooms, like with teachers, certainly with students, and then the ability to improve communication and partnerships with our parents. So it is something that's going to touch every one of those particular areas. So we're excited.
Thank you, Heather.
So with that, I would make a motion to approve that as presented.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. (8.1) DLR facility bond update.
Good evening, Board. I'll make it quick on my side. We're moving really quick on getting DLR active on the blueprints and getting things ready to go and finalizing a lot of stuff. So I'm going to turn it over to him and let him explain where we are.
I get a different kind of update now that we have a path bond. So we've seen this. The point we're at now is that design development, right? We're in the implementation, which is pretty exciting. Took a long road here, but as Mark said, we are busy at work. To remind everybody just of the bond scope, and these are the total project costs, so that includes the building itself and all the stuff that's going in it. We've got the early education center renovation at Sunflower, the new elementary, as well as the SPED renovations at the elementary schools, safety and security upgrades at all of your facilities, that playground renovation piece, the addition renovation to the high school, as well as the trails facility, and then lastly, that new district service center. And so as we're kicking off, as Mark mentioned, we are very busy getting everything going. First and foremost is that new elementary. So this one's first out of the gate for our team. We are working closely with Newkirk Novak to continue to hone in on that dollar amount. So what you see up there is the cost of the building. That does not include everything that's going to go in it. But to that point, these numbers will continue to be updated in front of you all. It is sort of a moving target as this design develops. So there's instances where this number is probably going to come down. There's instances where it might go up a little. The goal is to balance that scorecard across all projects and make sure that we find all savings possible for you. With that said, schedule-wise, we kicked off pre-design in April, so we are already rock and rolling. We're about a month into it. We are in what we call schematic design. So right now, to Mark's point, we're picking up all changes to the general design of the building, anything that we need to update per your local codes and jurisdictions, and then we'll submit that back to Mark and his team. June will be the launch of design development for us, which is really where we hone in on casework, power, data. We'll work closely with all of the teams here to make sure that we're in line with systems and the expectations of the district's buildings as they're being built today or renovated today. And then you kind of let us go do our thing for construction documents. We go and draw up anything that we need to as far as changes in how the building's going to get built. And then we will put that out to bid in September. So roughly between September and October, we're looking at bidding and permitting, which is conversations we're already starting with the city. And then you'll see dirt moving pretty hot and heavy starting at the end of the year. Milestones I want to touch on here. We did, again, those preliminary site layouts for this piece of property. We have toured Grand Star with the design team to understand what needs to change about that facility. We've been able to review those changes with many stakeholders prior to the bond passage for this new elementary school. And it's small tweaks, nothing, the building won't look overwhelmingly different, but you live and you learn, right? It's like you live in a house, you learn what works and what doesn't. We have a traffic study complete. So right now we're working with our civil engineer, MKEC, to get a meeting scheduled with the city of Gardner to not only talk through that traffic study, but help them understand the impact of this building in particular to traffic in the surrounding area, particularly on Kill Creek. It's really not going to drive a ton more traffic, but what we want to make sure we get ahead of is how we're queuing, how we're getting cars off of the site, how we're reacting to what that traffic study says. Geotechnical proposals are received, and that's essentially all the drillings to design the foundations for the building, and we are working on approving that and getting that going, as well as for the new service center, which we'll talk about. Site survey, which is that very complex map of the site and all the topography change so that we can make sure we're grading, we're balancing all of the cut and fill. That is underway right now with our civil engineer. And then lastly, a preliminary code analysis for the storm shelter is underway. So we're looking at multiple options of how we could do that in the building. Two big driving factors. We don't want to mess up the gym, stage, music room adjacencies that exist at Grand Star, because that seems to be a very welcomed amenity. And we want to do it as inexpensively as we can. So looking at options where we can save dollars instead of maybe that gym, it could be another part of the building that is the storm shelter. Second out of the gate for us is the service center, so it'll trail a few weeks just behind the elementary school. Again, we'll continue to update those construction estimates, and happy to answer any questions. With everything going on in the economy, that price for construction has gone up just a little bit. However, the elementary came down, so we're really balanced right there, which is a great thing. We've started pre-design. We are getting ready to really get into schematic design, which is to change those documents and plans from the prototype to accommodate Mark's team's requests. And then again, design development, construction documents, we'll hone in on more of the details. We'll draw the building to get it built, and we'll put it out to bid in October, November, tentatively. But our team is working through options of what could we bid maybe early to get that ahead of time before prices go up on things like steel. We're also looking at opportunity to maybe put this out to bid at the same time as the elementary, but that's still very much conversation right now. And then dirt will keep moving in that fall or almost winter timeline. We'll go away to Thanksgiving and Christmas, and we'll come back and have lots of dirt moving for both these projects. Same kind of story. We've done preliminary site layouts, which you've seen. We have reviewed changes to be made to the original design. That traffic study is also underway and should be back any day now, which will then instigate a meeting with the city of Gardner just to look through that, as well as the rezoning of that property since it's currently not zoned for the type of building that we're putting on it. Geotechnical proposal also forthcoming, as well as the site survey, which MKEC is getting ready to start. So it's really just a couple of weeks behind the elementary school. The one thing I'd like to point out, and Ben with Newkirk Novak's happy to speak a little bit more to this, but we are looking at getting a pre-engineered metal building manufacturer on board early. It is a pre-engineered metal building, and they know best how to put all those parts and pieces together where we could find economies, maybe even in the foundations and footings of the building. So that is somebody we're going to bring on earlier than we have seen in the past. What's next? Mark's team is busy with the safety and security upgrades. They are already underway, and I'll let Mark speak a little bit more about that if you'd like, as well as preliminary playground design meetings starting. So again, that's a little bit further out, but we are lining up those playground designers who know exactly what they're doing. They're experts in their field to start those conversations. And then about September, so right after we get back from summer break, we're going to start initiating the design on the high school and trails. And a lot of that is just a product of people are gone for the summer, so it makes sense for us to start that when everyone's back and maybe had a second to settle. So we'll look at that addition of the trails building, as well as the kitchen and commons renovation. And right now we are planning to put that whole project out, trails and high school as one, largely to help with just competitive bidding. There's a little more meat to that project if we group those together. And then you'll see forthcoming a preliminary engagement schedule for that high school piece, since that does touch a lot of different roles at the high school. So with that, I'll take any questions or let Mark update on other things. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Eight point two, Technology Department update.
Good evening. Just wanted to give you a little update on what we've done since July in our technology department, some of the things that are going on. Sometimes I think all of us in this room can sometimes get wrapped up in all the jobs that we have to do, the day-to-day and the grind and the things that are upcoming get a little bit stressful. Making sure that we're doing the right things and planning and have enough money to do everything. So there's a lot of things that have been on our minds this year. And I think Dr. Huff said at one time is sometimes you have to take a deep breath and reflect on the things that you have done and not get so stressed out about the things that are coming up that you forget that you have actually been making some accomplishments. So I want to talk a little bit about some of those accomplishments and things that we've done in this last school year. This is our staff. There's 8 of us. 5 out of the 8 of us have been with the district for less than a year. So that's a pretty big challenge in itself, is so many new people and getting up to speed and knowing what's going on and understanding how a school district works and still being able to keep up with the day-to-day stuff. So that's been a bit of a challenge for us. I do feel like we have a great staff now, and moving forward, we're kind of turning the corner right now, and I think we're in really good shape moving forward. Wanted to talk a little bit about a roadmap, something that we've been working on a lot in the last 7 or 8 months, figuring out what we're going to do next and when we're going to do it and how we're going to do it, and working with Amy and finance on trying to budget for it. We've been doing a lot of work on cycles and trying to get things where we're not in this point that we sort of were when I started in July. Where everything needs to be replaced right now because so much of our technology is out of compliance or out of date and not supported anymore. So we're trying to really work hard to get a cycle where we're cycling through, like 1 year we're doing network equipment, another year we're doing our Wi-Fi equipment, another year we're doing servers. So we've been working really hard on getting a cycle and a plans that's a little bit easier to sustain and predict as far as what we're doing spending money-wise. A few of the network improvements that we've already made this year since starting in July. We've updated all of our switches at the BOE, DSC, press box, and concession stands. Our backup location, we've updated the configuration there, connected the storage out there so that we are getting a better backup. We had some storage out there that wasn't in use. It wasn't completed on connecting, so we've got that. We added a switch, so there's some redundancy there. So we're able to back up all of our servers and all of our data from here to our backup location on a daily basis. One of the biggest things when you talk about cybersecurity is making sure that you've got good backups. We upgraded all of our battery backups at all of our district network closets. So in the past, like last year, when the power would go out, sometimes that stuff would not come back right because the battery wasn't holding it up. If we have a long power outage, then of course we're still gonna have that happen, but it's usually a short power outage or a blip that you don't want all of your network equipment, your security cameras and your phones rebooting. So we haven't had that happen at all this year, so that's been a big improvement, having all of those batteries put in. We added a network connection for the GEHS concession stand, and that's sort of what I took some pictures of here, because this is kind of a neat project. We have fiber that goes to the press box at the football field, but the visitor concession stand on the other side there didn't have any kind of a network connection. So we were able to set up a point-to-point wireless. You can see that antenna there. There's another one of those on the side of the press box, so we get a really fast connection just across the football field, basically wirelessly. Then we put a switch in that room, so now we could add security cameras. And so the biggest benefit that the high school would notice is we would have some coverage back here in the parking lot where some mischievous things happen from time to time. We at least now can see this side of the parking lot, because we didn't really have any coverage there before. Also gives us a bonus of being able to put a phone in that area if we need to, and adding wireless in that area also. Another thing we did was a real simple thing, but it made a big difference to a lot of people. Our guest wireless was set to the wrong gigahertz, and it was super slow. So that was basically finding out that setting and making that change, and instantly it was a big difference, and we haven't had any issues there that we had previous years. And then we made some more changes for cybersecurity. We got our email DMARC updated, which that basically means it's harder for spammers, bad actors, phishing scams to spoof our email address. If they try to use our email address, it doesn't match with our servers, so it won't let them do that anymore. Doesn't mean that we never get any spam, but it made it impossible for somebody to send spam that looks like it's from one of our USD 231 accounts. So it was a big improvement there. A lot of server upgrades. So all of our servers, we have 3 physical servers. They were outdated. We had 4 actually, but we were able to reduce to 3 when we upgraded to new ones. Those physical servers house about 90 virtual servers. Of those 90 virtual servers, about 60 plus of those are Windows servers. The majority of those were still Windows Server 2012, which was end of life, I think 2 or 3 years ago. So that means that you're a lot more risk of virus problems. You can't get support, you can't get help. You're not gonna get any patches or updates anymore. So we got all of that upgraded and is compliant again, so that was a good feeling. We upgraded our VMware, which is the software that runs all of those servers. It was also out of date and out of compliance and not licensed. And then we've upgraded our storage software that works with, as I said earlier, it's the software that is used to back up everything from this site to our backup site. So the guys in my office give me a hard time because when I have alerts that are showing that there's an issue, no matter what it is, I'm very persistent on figuring it out and getting it solved. So I took those screenshots there of 100 good and 000 because that's what we like to see. Firewall configuration was another big one. So I wasn't here very long before we started noticing that at peak times of the day, our internet seemed a little slow. People were reporting that, and what we found out was the firewall we had, which you can see that in the old diagram at the top right, was a Cisco 2110, and with intrusion protection turned on, which you do want that turned on in a school district and their cybersecurity prevention. With that turned on, the CPU, the processing on that firewall, maxed out when we hit 1.4 gigs. Well, we pay for 2 gigs of internet, but every time we hit 1.4, we just were stuck and tapped out. So the quick fix for that was to turn off our intrusion protection system, so then that makes us a little more vulnerable, but at least we were getting our full speeds at that point. A little bit longer fix is we went and purchased a new firewall, Firepower 3105, which is capable of 5 gigs of internet speed, even with IPS services turned on. So that solved that problem. It also solved another problem. The 2110 firewall didn't have the right ports to be able to connect directly to our internet provider Spectrum and directly to our core network. So if you see in that old picture, it was kind of funky how we had things going on. All of our schools were connected to our core switch. Our ISP was connected to our core switch, and our firewall was connected to our core switch. In the current picture, you can see our ISP goes 10 gig speeds to our firepower, and then 10 gig to our core network, and then all of our schools are connected to the core network. So a more efficient way of doing that, and that gives us what we're going to do this summer is we're able to add a better internet filter that can be in line. We couldn't do that in the old configuration, so now we can get an internet filter. We're looking at an internet filter called Content Keeper that can be an appliance that fits in between the firepower and the core network at 10 gig speeds also. So it really helps in a school district environment when a student figures out how to disable our software or get around our software filtering and things like that, because everything has to flow through that appliance. It catches things like VPNs and proxies and some of the tricks that the students figure out to get around our internet filters, so that'll help with that. Or if for some reason the software isn't installed on one of our devices, the inline filter will take care of that. So that'll be another big improvement for us when we get to that point this summer. Help desk tickets, we did make one change to our help desk system. We made it so that you don't have to go to our website and click around and log in to fill out a ticket. You can simply send an email to help desk and it auto catches that and turns it into a ticket. So that's made it a little bit easier for our end users to put those tickets in. Since July 1st, we've had 3,586 resolved tickets. When a ticket is resolved, the user then gets a little email and they can click on a deal to fill out a review. Most people don't, but 447 positive reviews. I would say we probably had less than 10 negative reviews, and usually that was they didn't think the problem was solved, but it was good for us to get that feedback because then we immediately reopen the ticket, reach back out to them and say, hey, what did we miss here? And usually it was communication error or something. They didn't understand our resolution, and we were able to then go back and get it resolved. So that was always a good thing too. As you can see there, August is the crazy time of the year. Upcoming projects, so obviously the bond is a big one. Don't need to go through all of those on that list, but I'll highlight a few. I want to talk a little bit about how the fiber works in a school district. So we know with the bond that we're moving the tech and the district service center, the facilities out to the new district service center building. This building in our basement is our hub to our network. It's our data center. It's where all of our servers, our internet, everything comes in, all the things that we were talking about earlier come in there. And then, so when a school like Gardner Elementary or Edgerton Elementary, doesn't matter where they are, need to get out the internet, they're gonna go fiber back into our hub. So the spokes would be like the schools in that picture. The hub is downstairs. So there's been some talk about whether we should move our hub or our data center to the new building. Since tech is going to the new building, we should take our room there, right? But taking that room there would mean that that now becomes the hub, and we'd have to run fiber all over the place to recreate all of the buildings back to that centralized location. So it doesn't really make sense financially. We're suggesting trying to keep our data center here downstairs where it's at. It's downstairs, which is a good place. It's got battery backup. It's got everything it needs. It's got its own heating or its own cooling. Doesn't need heat. Has its own cooling, and it's in a good place. So it will save us quite a bit of money also out of our bond projects to not have to move that and leave that there. So what that really means is that the new elementary school and the new DSC just need to be tapped in as 2 more spokes, but this would still be our hub. We've got a project this summer to bury the fiber right out here. I might not be pointing the right direction on Madison. Some of you maybe know that that fiber is hanging a little low from about our street to Center Street. And it's been hit at least 3 times that I know of by trucks. One time it was a horse trailer, one time it was a Nebraska Furniture Mart truck going into the apartments over there. And at least 2 of those times I know of that whoever hit it just drove off and didn't really care. And so we get a bunch of notifications that our entire network just went down because all of our buildings go down that route. Most of our fiber, a lot of our fiber in the district is buried. For some reason, that little stretch is not. So I think it was $20,000 or $25,000 last time to emergency fix that on a weekend so that the network would be back up by Monday. Last spring, I think that happened. So what we're trying to do this summer is we've got a company that's going to bury all of that from those two spots. And we were able to get that E-rated, so the money we spend on that, we should get 60% of it back, which would be a nice thing too. See, there's other things. We got big this summer. We're going to replace all of our wireless throughout the district. It kind of depends on when that stuff comes in. Some of these things have all been approved by you already, but are still being ordered, and we're trying to time it to some of it be on this year's budget, some of it be on next year's budget. Talked about the internet filter. Phone system's going to be a big one. We're going to be replacing most of our phones this summer and changing to a different phone system servers. Still using Cisco, but it's going to be cloud servers, WebEx Cloud instead of on-premise. The biggest one for next year is the teacher classroom technology. So we've worked for several years, but we're actually starting to see some tangible things happen this year with the classroom technology. We've got a focus group, and now we have a pilot. The pilot is testing as 4 of our pilots are testing one solution, 4 are testing another, then they switched. So both groups have tested all of those. We're meeting with them Wednesday night to get some of their feedback and start to move forward with hopefully a solution there. I will say that our initial feedback is what they're liking best is the ability to have an Apple TV connected to their projector and then use a device like an iPad, which you guys have tonight too. So it's kind of nice that you can kind of see what our teachers are using. But those iPads can screen share to the Apple TV, so it gives our teachers the ability then, untethered is the word we like to use. They can be anywhere in the classroom and be teaching instead of being tethered to their desk and their desk tethered to wherever their drops are. Very nice advantage, especially when they're doing projects where the students are using their computers, because then they can actually stand somewhere where they can see what the students are doing on the computers and be able to teach while they're walking around or from anywhere in the classroom. So that's what they're liking most so far, but we'll have some more information when we get some more feedback from those groups. That's all I have. I know that was a lot, and you're definitely welcome to ask questions. I feel like we've gotten a ton done this year, and one of the things I've always said is I've never, anything that we brought to you guys, I don't think I've ever once gotten a single no vote, so I want you to know I do appreciate that and feel supported, and I feel like we're being good stewards of the district's money and doing the right things, and appreciate your support as well. Any questions? Thanks.
8.3, Superintendent Dr. Brian Huff.
Good evening, all. We are very proud of all that we have going on, and Andy certainly highlighted a whole lot of that out of technology. We do have some big things coming up this week. We've got graduation coming up Saturday, so if you all are looking for something to do Saturday morning, come out and join us. I think it's going to be a beautiful day. At least Mark DeWitt has promised us a beautiful day on Saturday. Thank you very much. It should be a good time. And then I saw that a whole lot of people were searching for the last day of school. Also coming up soon. Parents, it's almost your turn. So we'll turn the kids over to you all fairly soon here. It's coming. As you all know, we had both an event of tragedy and pride that happened this last week. We had about almost 200 families had to move out of their house in a very short period of time at Aspen Place. And obviously that is the tragic part of it. And that was very difficult on our families. It was very difficult on about 80 of our students who have been displaced. The reason I say it's a point of pride is I have never been more impressed with a community than I was as I walked around Aspen Place and saw the incredible outpouring of support that was going on for our families there. As a matter of fact, I was out there 3 days last week, and each one of those days there was more help than need. That's incredible. Now, obviously, families are still dealing with the struggle, but to see our community come together was really quite impressive. The example I've used most often is as we were helping, there were people walking around with sandwiches. And I got to the point where I felt guilty telling the people with the sandwiches I didn't need a sandwich. And so finally I took a sandwich because they were coming by every 5 minutes with sandwiches. There was so much help. I would encourage our community, though, to not forget that this is a continuing issue with our families. And I want to point out, as a district, how proud I am of what we had going on here. So our team of counselors and social workers, led by Tammy Mulholland and Melissa McIntyre and the whole crew, have bent over backwards to do all they can to help our families. And so every one of those kids that is associated with our district that live there is immediately deemed homeless. We have all sorts of supports that we can bring those kids, and we are reaching out to all of those families personally. But if there is something that we're missing, we encourage those families to give us a call, ask us the questions you need to ask, because we can even do a little bit more than what you might anticipate through partnerships with our community, such as with Grace Baptist Church and with the Hope Market and our foundation. As an example, I had emergency, call needing help to me on one of the evenings, and I immediately called Tim Brady. Tim Brady had a solution. He got in his car, took his credit card, and met this person at a hotel, paid for 2 nights of a hotel stay. Our community is incredible, but I just don't want our community to forget. So we'll continue to support you all. End of the year coming up, prom, which is this last weekend, and graduation. We want our kids to still have a special end of the year. And that leads me into the appreciation, for educators. And yes, it's teacher appreciation, but I want to just broaden that into educator appreciation, because our teachers are incredible, and so are all the rest of our staff. And we saw that in what happened last week, but we see it on a daily basis. We see our kids are cared for as if they're their own family. And that's the kind of feel that we want to have in our Gardner-Edgerton community. And so again, I come back to that word pride. We have an enormous amount of pride in what we deliver for our kids. And for those of you, if you haven't had a chance to, reach out to one of our educators, one of our staff members, and tell them, thank you for all that you do. And to our board members here, thank you for all you do. This is a sometimes real thankless position, but you provide the heart and soul that drives our district. We appreciate all the time that you put in. And with that said, thank you very much, President Redden, for giving me time.
Thank you, Dr. Huff. 8.4, comments by Board of Education.
I have just a few things, then a few notes. I did want to start with just a quick note to our local partnerships for GEHS. The Senior Honors Night was last week, and that night they awarded $100,000 from the local groups around town to just a wide breadth of kids and a number of kids that were able to be honored that night and recognized. But those investments in the kids are so greatly appreciated and goes above and beyond what they would ever be expected to do. And the number of them that we're able to say, in years past we've done 3 or 4. This year, because of our contributors, we're doing 7 scholarships or 9 scholarships. It was something to see, and to see the families and the pride in their own kids as they were recognized was something that was really fantastic to be a part of. Just a few notes at the end of the year of thank you. I wanted to put out a quick shout out to the yearbook staff. We got our last yearbook as a Blazer this last year, and they worked so hard all year, and it turned out terrific, and I appreciate all the hard work that went into that. I don't know how many of you got to go see the spring musical Little Women. It may have been one of the best shows I've ever seen performance-wise and others. It was, bar none, the very best set production or setup that I've ever seen in a Blazer show. So all the students and faculty that were involved in building that set and what they did to direct the set and how it was used was just tremendous. So thank you to them, and good luck for all of them as they reach forward. I wanted to also just share a quick note of luck for all of the folks that are getting ready for league and conference championships, followed by regionals, and then I'm certain that we're going to see some more state champions come out of what's already been an amazing year, so that's going to be fun to see through the rest. Brian said everything I could have ever imagined to say for what our staff and our teachers from the classroom that had to deal with it one-on-one with students that had to leave class, but then at the highest levels of everything that they organized and helped with boots on the ground with Aspen Place and the treasure that came around that. So very grateful to everyone that was a piece of that. Personally, I'd obviously like to offer a note of congratulations to the class of 2025. Graduation is Saturday with Mark's promised great weather. which we're obviously counting on, or the service center gets changed up. But that's neither here nor there. We can talk about that later. But also all the teachers that have gotten the students to this point of that. And a note with that, Project Grad is Saturday night, and the team at Project Grad that's worked all year to raise the money that's allowed them to do something a little bit unique and take that off-site and be a different experience than in years. And the board that's built that around it, they've invested so many times and hours that go into it. So congratulations to that class. Obviously a class very near to my heart. It'll be an exciting time, and Pat knows the saying. A lot of emotions coming into this week with boys getting ready to do that. And then finally, teacher appreciation. Kristen mentioned it, Dr. Huff had mentioned it, but here on the tail end of our Blazer experience, the dozens of teachers and coaches and faculty have touched our family directly and our son directly. The words are never enough, so thank you very much, and this month's a great time to recognize that, but know that it's seen day in and day out, and we can't tell you how much we appreciate those things. So thank you for giving me a few moments and sharing a long list of notes, but it's important to say thank you to those folks that help you along the way.
I think your definition of a few is a little off.
Dozen-ish. It was a long list. If I had to have my list.
Dr. Huff took a couple of mine, but just as recognition for you, I know that a lot of people reached out to me that it meant a lot that our staff was there, but also that you were there. So definitely appreciate that. I loved the presentation. Brought me back to, I'm not even gonna say the years, but in Edgerton Elementary, I got to be Johnny Appleseed, so that was kind of fun to see. And then again, just like Heath said, Kristen, you said it best. I think while you were talking, a lot of us remembered all of the stories, a lot of the faces. I got to shake a couple hands of those educators up here. We have such amazing staff, and they've all touched our children's lives in such an impactful and a meaningful way. But you say it better than I could, so I'll leave it at that.
And going last, I'm going to be redundant. Kristen did say it quite well. You've all hit on it. Our staff are amazing. I get to see it from 3 different angles. My kids went through here, so going to parent-teacher conferences, I got to see how amazing the staff were. As a board member, I go to around all the schools. I talk to teachers, talk to principals. I'm in this building a lot. I see all the hard work you guys are doing. And lastly, I'm married to a teacher. So I get to see all the after-hours work that she puts in addition to her full day at school. So you guys are amazing. You're appreciated. Thank you. All right. That will bring us to 9.1, Feedback USD 231 Strategic Plan.
All right, board members have done a whole lot of hard work on this. We had a retreat where we talked about the revisions to the plan. The goals remain the same as they are on the walls here, the same 6 goals, but we have made adjustments to kind of the to-do list within those goals. And so the action plans are somewhat modified. I'm not going to go through it all. You have had it, and you'll have another month to read it. We are just presenting it to you now as to just put it in the public face. So we'll bring it back for a vote in June.
Thank you. 10.1, resolution authorizing the sale of resolution general obligation refunding and improvement bonds series 2025.
Okay, so we get to now sell the bonds that our voters approved for us to do all these amazing projects that Ian shared with us earlier. And so Dustin Avey is here from Piper Sandler. They're our bond advisor who's helped us through this entire process, and he's going to give you a little bit of information about what these next steps are.
Thank you, Amy. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you again, and nice to be talking about next steps. And so congratulations on a very impressive outcome on April 1st. As we've talked about on many occasions, the plan of finance is really based on really 2 main objectives. Number one is delivering to the public what was communicated in the campaign, which is to not increase the bond and interest mill levy of the school district. And the second thing is obviously to maximize dollars available for construction. So within the framework of kind of our objectives, I just wanted to kind of review a little bit of kind of the high points of the plan of finance, and then obviously get into a little bit of the timing. Obviously, since April 1st, successful election, April 2nd was Liberation Day. That seems like a long time ago relative to what's transpired in the marketplace over the last 6 weeks. Certainly a lot of ups and downs from a market perspective. I will say the market has actually improved significantly here in the last 10 days. We're actually very close to where we were pre-election, which is fantastic news. Obviously, we want to put the district in a position to be able to execute on a transaction and to deliver that, obviously, the objectives of the plan of finance. Currently, we're running numbers about 4.75% interest rate over 25 years. I would say as of last Friday, it was a little bit less than that percentage. Today was a little bit more challenging in the market, so it's a little bit of a day-to-day evaluation of where the market is. Ideally, our intent, and we'll have a conversation with Dr. Huff, Amy, and Jody probably on Wednesday, but our intent probably is going to be to try to put the district in a position to be in the market as early as next Monday or Tuesday, assuming this week remains favorable. Regardless, we want to maintain as much flexibility as we possibly can with respect to market access. And so whether it's next week or after Memorial Day or before your next meeting, we want to make sure we're as flexible as possible to accomplish that objective. The other part of maximizing proceeds, we also expect through the sale of bonds are likely is going to be some additional dollars generated from what we call premium that's generated in the bond sale. That premium that's generated will be dollars that can only be used for one of two things. Number one, for projects that were voted on by voters in the school at the election, or it can also be used for mill levy management. So again, that's a component. We'll get into more details as we know more once we finalize the results of the sale. The other component, obviously, given where interest rates are, is the investment earnings. So we're not spending all $100 million at one time. We're going to invest those dollars over the course of construction. I've been working with DLR and Newkirk Novak on the draw schedule for the project. Once we have that draw schedule firmed up, we will then develop an investment program to invest those dollars to make sure that we're maximizing the investment earnings over the course of construction. I estimate, again, market conditions may change. There could be about $4 million of investment earnings that could be earned over the course of the 2-year period while it's invested. And again, those dollars can also be used for projects that have been identified in the ballot question and or for mill levy management purposes. So just a couple of things there relative to the bond project. In addition, so obviously we're monitoring market conditions. As you recall, 2 years ago, we did a refinancing which accelerated bonds and saved about $2.6 million for district taxpayers. There's another bond transaction that's outstanding. It's the 2016 A bonds, which are currently eligible to be refinanced as of July 1st. In the plan of finance, we've actually accelerated the repayment of those bonds, so we're paying them off earlier than what was originally planned. And in conjunction with slightly lower interest rates and accelerated repayment, we're saving about $3 million. It could potentially be over $3.5 million, but right now we're projecting about $3 million of interest cost savings to district taxpayers. So I guess with kind of those two components, again, the resolution before you this evening is related to the authorizing the sale of general obligation refunding and improvement bonds. Again, there are two components. One is the $100 million, which is approved by voters, the new money, and the other component is up to $29.7 million of refinancing of existing bonds. So again, I just want to make sure that we're provide some clarity on the two different components. Again, from a sale perspective, they're sold together for efficiency, but we're not, the district's not selling $129 million of just new bonds. Those are a portion of it's existing and a portion of it's new. From a timing perspective, you see a calendar.
I'm sorry, I want to go back and just say it one more time and make sure the board has an understanding, because a lot of the documentation is going to say we are selling $129 million of bonds. And I want the public to be very clear. We committed to selling $100 million of bonds from this last election, and that is indeed what we're going to do. But some of the documentation may say $129 million because that includes the additional 2016 A bonds. So we're all good there, right? Okay, good.
Yep. Thank you. From a timeline perspective, so a lot of legwork has been put in the last month. So I really appreciate Amy, Dr. Huff, Jody for all the time they've committed in the last month. They've really put the district in a position to be able to respond after the board's consideration of the resolution this evening. Again, obviously with market volatility, we want to make sure we're positioning the district as best we can to be in a position to access the market at the right time. And again, we're monitoring that daily. The other component of that, I wish I maybe want Dr. Huff to, I don't know if you want to mention the bond rating, Dr. Huff, at all, but do want to call this out, and maybe Dr. Huff may have some comments around it. But part of the bond transaction process is obviously getting a credit rating. And again, that credit rating is no different than us going to the bank as individuals and getting a mortgage or a loan. They're going to run a credit score on us as individuals to determine our credit worthiness. Obviously, the higher credit worthiness we have as individuals, the better it's going to help us in the market get a lower interest rate. We did this process back in 2023, and so we do it again for every single transaction. The district's credit rating was affirmed at a AA-, which again is a very strong and solid rating for school districts, and not only in Kansas but across the country. And we actually shared some information with Dr. Huff relative to how it would compare to other school districts in the metro area and others of similar size. And I don't have that in front of me, so Dr. Huff may want to comment on a few of those.
I do have it in front of me, and I happen to be a rather competitive person, which is why I asked him for that information, because I want to see how do we do against our compatriots, and we do very, very, very well. There are a couple districts that outpace us. I won't say their names, but there is one district that's a AAA, one district that is a AA plus, and then many that are below us, either as an A plus or an A. We fall in a very nice place, and the things that we would push us to those upper levels are things that we can't change. And if we were to change, I'm not sure our public would really appreciate it. And so we are in a fantastic financial position. I think that's what we want. And the minus on there makes it sound like we might be subpar, but we're not. We're in a great place thanks to Amy D. Thanks to our financial partners with Piper Sandler. We're sitting in a good spot.
Yeah, well said, and I can't say anything better. I think it's a very, very strong rating. I was very pleased with the outcome, and again, I think it's going to be meaningful as we look at accessing the market and selling bonds. So again, congratulations to the school district, and thank you for the staff members for all the time and effort that goes into that process. So that being said, I will pause, but I'll just make one more comment here. So ideally, again, market willing, we'll be able to access the market, secure final interest rates, have everything then ratified by the full board and present the final results at the June 9th meeting, and then proceed to closing the transaction on July 3rd. So again, just a little bit of a background relative to market environment, kind of objectives related to the financing plan, and then obviously the timeline events related to the bond sale. So with that, glad to stand for any questions or anything related to the resolution.
All right, this is a roll call vote. Motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the offering for sale of general obligation refunding and improvement bonds, Series 2025 of Unified School District Number 231, Johnson County, Kansas.
I'll second.
So it's a roll call vote.
Okay.
Heath? Jeff?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
I vote yes.
Yes.
Pat's a yes. Ten point two, accreditation process and next steps.
Okay,
Dr.
thank you
Booth.
thank you for having me back up here. So we don't talk about this probably enough, but it is constantly on our minds. Accreditation by the Kansas State Department of Education. That is their way to ensure quality schools, quality public assurance that the students in our district are receiving a quality education. Parents can be assured, kind of like the Better Business Bureau affirming that we're doing the right things. So as I go through this, I think you'll find much of this is very similar to the strategic plan in that we've set priorities. There are very measurable outcomes, and there are progress monitoring spots along the way. So I won't read that to you, but I do want to remind you that back in 2017-2018 school year, KSDE revised their accreditation model, and instead of accrediting individual buildings, so there will be 11 buildings in this district going through that process, they moved to a system-wide accreditation, so looking at it as a district, and then the buildings working along with us. So with that, it brought several improvements, more focused work, fewer reporting requirements, less documentation, and it also helped with collaboration between, it will help with collaboration between school districts. So, wanted to share with you that, let me see here. So, even though this is going to look like we've been working on this all year, which we've had it on our minds, the state has really not got this up and running, at least with our school district and the school districts we're working with, until the last 6 weeks. So don't want you to think that we've been working on this all year to just now bring it to you here towards the end. So last school year, we actually started this process in the spring. We met with KSDE and our cohort school districts, which are Spring Hill, Lawrence, and DeSoto. We met over at Spring Hill. KSDE walked us through what this process would look like this school year. And so this school year, this is what we've been doing, but really it's been just the past 6 or 8 weeks. So obviously we worked with the district administration and the building leadership team, and then most to talk about what we wanted to accomplish. A lot of it was waiting on your affirmation that we were going to continue with these priorities, because we didn't want the accreditation goal to be in conflict with this, or one other goal just outside of what we're already doing. So that was in the back of our minds as well. So so KSDE has put on several school improvement days across the state. Ours with, again, DeSoto, Spring Hill, and Lawrence took place in mid-April over in Lawrence at the Greenbush facility. And we did a lot of collaboration about what our districts are seeing, what's working well, what we're going to focus on, and then we filled out our template or our draft together. So that's where we're headed next here. So it was very prescriptive what we could choose, and so a couple of years ago, the State Department put together the Kansas School Improvement Model, which you see here. I know it's a bit small, but basically it's based on 4 fundamentals, and that's structured literacy, standards alignment, balanced assessment, and quality instruction. So we were directed to pick one of the 4. And so we looked at these 4, all very valuable and worthy, but we said, hey, which one best aligns with these priorities? And we said that was standards alignment. So that is the focus that we were required to choose one for accreditation this year or into next year. So we chose standards alignment. Then with that, they said what structures, what lead indicators are going to reinforce that work? And we chose resource allocation and professional collaboration. And the reason we chose those 2, hopefully you'll appreciate this, is resource allocation is to make sure we're utilizing and setting aside dollars to select high quality instructional materials. So as we've shared in our curriculum work, as we're getting further and further into it, we need to find resources that support that. And we need to allocate resources, which I know Amy and the rest of the team are focused on as well. And then the other one is professional collaboration. Well, we've got a great groundwork set with our professional learning communities, so that fit with what we're doing. And then the last thing we were asked to do was define the measures of progress. So again, back to the strategic plan, like you've had us do. What are the definable, or what are the the measurable goals that we're working towards in that strategic plan? We did the same here, and you'll see that they very much align. So what we drafted was, so again, far left, what fundamental we chose, standards alignment. The structures we chose, professional collaboration, resource allocation. The lead indicators, you can see there. And then why, the who, the context, the who, the why, the what, the how. And so as it relates to professional collaboration, we're going to do that by empowering our staff to create learning intentions and success criteria, continuing our work with those learning walks that Tommy and Corwin has set us on that path, and then providing professional learning or early release time, professional learning time. And then for resource allocation is form a stakeholder group, parents, staff, board members, to identify resources and utilizing the procedures for selection of materials, which, if you recall, you approved last month. And then the measures of success, the measures of success for each of those. I'm not going to get into each of those. But then it also required a 6-month target. So what are we going to accomplish in 6 months, and what are we going to accomplish in 1 year? And this is really what I was referring to as looking similar to our strategic plan. So this is our draft right now. The next thing the state asked us to, or requires us to do, is to get feedback from various groups. And so we've been on that path. So we've already been to the Community Outreach Committee, which I believe Greg was at that meeting. We've sought GENEA leadership. We've sought the Curriculum Council's feedback. You don't have to give it to us tonight, but that's why we're bringing it to you, is to get your feedback. Hopefully you'll find it fairly straightforward, because again, it aligns with what you've asked us to do already. Tomorrow, we'll get building, kind of the final look for building and district leadership. Jason is meeting with the Professional Development Council tomorrow to get their feedback, and then we can get parent and community feedback, not necessarily tomorrow, but in the upcoming weeks. We do have a soft timeline that the state asks from the day we met with them back in April, that we get it to them in 60 days. So we've still got about 40 days left, 35 days left, so we have plenty of time. So that's where we're at with accreditation. Really just want to let you know that we're meeting the state's expectations, and we don't expect any problems with that, and we've worked hard to make it align with the priorities you've already set for us. So I'll entertain any questions if you have them.
Do we have font that goes bigger than like 0.5? This is like the third time seeing this, and it hasn't gotten much bigger.
All right. I can work on that. I will work on that, Greg.
No, it looks great. I just I know that there were a few other people in both places I saw it that they really wanted to read it. It was just a little bit harder. So if we're gonna put it out for other people, if we can maybe break it up.
Deb, did you? I thought I saw.
It's like this long.
It's big. It's big, no doubt.
Maybe we can break it into 3 different and make it a little bit bigger or something.
We can do that. This was the draft or the template provided by the state, so we can certainly modify it as long as it has the same content. So
awesome.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to point back to, thank you, Ben,
Yep.
and especially the Ed Services team on this. And Christy's not here. She's really been a champion of this KISA process. The nice thing is that slowly we're starting to get everything together. We incorporated the board goals with a strategic plan. Now that we have a strategic plan that's well in place, and we've had a chance to mull over a little bit, we're able to tie it into KISA. It really feels like we're becoming working in a cohesive way towards really solid, research-based educational plans that are going to move us forward. And our end goal is that we want to see results from this. And I know the board has mentioned that over and over again, and we echo that. And so we're going to, unfortunately, we're not going to see state test results this year very soon, because it's a change in testing year, so we won't see anything till the fall. But that is our end goal. We want to see students with academic success rates that reflect these modifications in instructional practices. So thank you, Ben.
Thank you. 10.3, Google by Ed Services.
And real quick, I should have said this when I was up here, but like Brian shared, Christy and Heather have done the heavy lifting on this for the past year and a half and have really gotten us to this point. And I'm not taking credit for this, but I want to thank Brian for pressing you all to move the strategic planning up to the spring, because it allows us to really focus on it as we plan this summer and get ready for next school year, where last year we felt like we're a little bit behind because we didn't do that work. So I wanted to thank all of you for that too. Okay, first, just a reminder of what a learning management system is. You've probably heard of several of these: Google Classroom, Schoology, Seesaw. Basically, they host the content that classroom teachers use. Could be assignments, could be handouts, could be links to other resources, could be assessments that tie into the grade book. The issue we have right now is we have kind of like the communication software. We have lots of those floating out and around, and sometimes our parents become confused because they may have an elementary student who's on Seesaw and getting messages through that platform. They may have a middle school student who they're using Google Classroom, and then they may have a high school student, they're getting that material through Schoology. And so we've been working to identify and consolidate into one platform so it's easier for parents. So we've spent the past 6 or 8 months researching different options and then bringing a committee together to review that and to review the options. So first, back in, gosh, it's been a little bit now, but January, February, somewhere in there. Yeah, we had 18 educators that included teachers from all levels, librarians, administrators, who had representatives from Schoology come in and representatives from Google Education Plus come in. And they rated those on a rubric across 9 different categories, which I'll show you in a minute, using a 90-point rubric. And the overwhelming recommendation you'll see here was for Google Education Plus. So the categories, I'm not going to read those to you, but gives you an idea of what we looked at and the variance in scores between the 2 products. And you can see that Google won out in every category, and sometimes very handily. Again, those are the ratings from those 18 folks that joined us. So if we are recommending Google Plus, you might ask why, and that is, first and foremost, it has seamless integration with Google, what we're currently using, Google Drive, and which we've been using for how long now, Andy? 10 years, probably, right? So we're well invested in that, and you can see some of the other things here that it provides. So you might ask then, what's the impact on teaching and learning? So the teachers, fewer tech hurdles, easier to implement. Students are going to be familiar with it and the mobile access, because a lot of them, not all of them, well, I would venture close to most of them are using Google in some form or another. And we believe that with parents having a streamlined system or one system throughout the district will help, and then it helps us with real-time analytics, works well with PowerSchool, and they have great support. So you might ask, why now? So it is lower overall cost versus maintaining Schoology. Also, the training is more integrated in terms of we're already training on Google, different products. This would just be one more in that bucket of tools. And then, so our recommendation tonight would be that we transition to Google Education Plus. So probably where you might hear some anxiousness primarily will be from high school staff. There are several of them that are using Schoology and are very comfortable with it. But we believe that, again, narrowing down to one product will be best for everyone. But to soften that transition, we already have Schoology on contract through next year. We can't get out of it. We're already using it. So they will have an entire year to transition from Schoology, get their materials moved over to Google. And so there won't be any rush to get this done, because we know that it's a challenge to change, and we want to respect that. So that is the recommendation for the evening. Oh, sorry. So one more thing, really. We've taken this Dead Services Committee twice and reviewed this with them, got their blessing, and it's also been through the Finance Committee, and we've received their blessing.
I might add one other point, that as you guys write curriculum, we're going to be placing everything into a single platform, and it's just a lot easier for our curriculum writing teams to be able to write it for a specific platform to be utilized in that specific platform, which will end up being Google Classroom if everything goes as we're hoping. So, at any rate, that is where we're at.
I just wanted to give a quick thank you. The attachments with this, you know, I've mentioned a few times when we're comparing things for us to vote on, and sometimes it's lacking the other portion, or it's lacking some of the data. The file that you had in here, I don't think it was this presentation.
No, it's
but,
a little different. Yeah.
Having the bar graphs clearly showing exactly what you guys measured, what you were looking for.
Yep.
That was very much appreciated. So
Yep.
thank you.
Yeah, just put in a little different format for the slides, but yeah, it's got a black background to it and the yellow bars, what you're referencing.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Google as USD 231 Learning Management System.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.4 BOE Policy IF Textbooks, Instructional Materials, and Media Centers.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
All right, we had Katie Williams call in. She's absent today, but she is here for this vote.
I'm sorry.
You can hear us fine?
Hello.
Katie, can you hear us fine?
Uh-oh. Katie, can you hear? Katie?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
I can barely hear you.
Katie,
Sorry.
can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we'll speak into the microphones, just so Katie can hear and the audience can hear. Well, good evening. I'm up here just to kind of provide a brief intro and overview of this agenda item and facilitate any conversation the board wants to have about it. This agenda item is about policy IF, textbooks, instructional materials, and media centers. Again, just taking a few minutes to look at a policy that's been applied quite a bit over the last 24 to 48 months. And I would just say, as often as it's been put in play, it's also been discussed quite a bit, in my opinion. And generally, the conversation has come back to, does the current version serve all the stakeholders? And so from my seat, I think that's a fair question. Does it support our students, our parents, the community, and staff members? So we have presented the board with a revision of this policy. Again, these are my opinions here I'm sharing initially, guys. I know the board will weigh in, but I think the changes that are proposed are reasonable. They're common sense adjustments. It does simplify the process, but then it ultimately protects individual parent rights and continues to allow our community members to challenge things on a larger scale for the student body, and we'll get into that. So I'm just going to go through the highlighted or proposed changes here. Try to run the mouse. And so the first proposed change is just where we talk about how everything's selected, the selection criteria, and we just added the phrase age appropriate. I feel that's self-explanatory, makes complete sense. And then we kind of did restructure. Again, if it's in black here and it's not highlighted, it remains the same as it does in the current policy. But we did kind of restructure this. So we went and we created a section here where a parent can request materials restricted for a parent or guardian for their individual child or children. Now, this has always been the process, folks. I want the community to understand. This has always been an option. A parent can say, hey, I don't want my kiddo to read Cat in a Hat. So we would not allow that student to access Cat in a Hat. And that's always been an option. This just spells this out, and it talks about a parent or legal guardian will make this request directly to the teacher. It might be something in the classroom or something in the library to the media specialist. And then, as you'd expect, the teacher or media specialist will promptly work with the parent to accommodate this request, and we will restrict both the physical and the electronic version of the specified material. If the requested material is something that's being used in the classroom and it's part of an assignment, then the parent will work with the teacher to find an alternative option. Again, this is currently in place. All right? So that allows, again, individual parent to restrict access of materials for their own children. All right, and then we get to challenges of required texts or instructional materials. So this is an adjustment. A student, parent, or legal guardian of a student currently enrolled having a complaint about a required textbook or instructional material, and we talk about the process. Then meet with the teacher, and they can challenge that item for the student body, so to speak. The teacher could take that under advisement, talk to the principal, and make that decision. But if it's not resolved at that level, then the complainant will be asked to complete a request for review form, which I'll go over here in a second, and it would be provided, and then that would go to the principal. If the matter can't be resolved with the principal, then it's advanced to the superintendent for consideration. So you see that all here. If it's not resolved by superintendent, the complainant may seek review by the board. So I'll pause there. So let's say Grapes of Wrath is required for 9th grade English. A community member, parent, guardian can challenge that for all freshmen or all English 9 students. Obviously, that person could challenge it if they have their own kiddo in freshman English and ask for an alternative version, but they can now challenge it for the student body, so to speak. Okay? If it gets to the board, there is a review committee. We did adjust the composition of the review committee. We'll see that in this section here. We're removing the building principal and library media specialist. In the process I just described, they've already had a chance to weigh in on this, right? So the composition of the committee now is 2 subject area specialists, 2 community members, and 1 student. And that composition is to be approved by the superintendent or the board on a case-by-case basis. That hasn't changed. Again, the purview of this review subcommittee is required materials. All right. Then we get down here as far as to what the review committee will provide. We've modified this a little bit. Each review committee member will complete a review rubric with his or her individual recommendation and conclusions that will be provided to the board. This subcommittee won't be taking a vote. That was not in the policy before, really. So we haven't changed that significantly, but we're just asking each committee member, review committee member, to fill out a rubric. I'll show you that here in a second. And then ultimately, those rubrics are all turned in to the board within 30 days, and then the board will make a final decision. So those are the revisions, the forms. Basically, I just made cosmetic changes, and I'm sure Dr. Booth will reprimand me for not using the most current logo, so we'll get that fixed. But basically, I just went in and took the current forms, both the request for review, which is this form. This is what a parent or guardian would fill out. I just tightened it up a little bit from what you'd see in the current policy manual, but the content is essentially the same. And again, it says required materials at the top. And then the committee members would fill out this rubric, which is the same rubric. Oh yeah, at this point, before I turn it over to the board members, the other thing is last month the board approved the library and media specialist guidelines and procedure manual, or process manual, excuse me. And they would have to go back and modify that to make sure it is consistent with this or whatever policy you do adopt. And I know we can make that happen. All right, that's an overview of the recommended changes. Any questions for me?
I know that we kind of talked on it when we all, when I say we all, Heath, myself, and Tom met. The books that are still in challenge, we're still working on a solution to try to get those looked through correctly. Like it's not like they're just going away. We're still gonna try to figure out the best way to handle those. I personally felt very comfortable with this. I still think that one person should have a voice. I always have. But I also believe in parent choice. And this has tied up so much time for staff, for everybody, that this gives parent choice when it comes down to the individual student, just like it always has. But it also is still allowing the option for questionable, like this started with a required book in an English class. I felt really comfortable with it because the library media specialists, their guidelines that they made were fantastic. I think that's really the first line, is making sure, and we have very professional media specialists, so I'm not worried about it. But they made a fantastic guideline for themselves that really shows what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, and how they're going to weed and everything. It was really nice to see that. The document made me feel a lot more comfortable with this. So I appreciate everybody's input on that.
I just want to thank Heath, Greg, and Jody for the time spent putting this together. And again, thanks to the library media specialists for coming up with their document that will make these work together quite well, in my opinion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the May 12th, 2025 updated version of BOE Policy IF textbooks, instructional materials, and media centers, as well as the related forms as presented.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Katie, can you hear us?
Kind of. I heard a motion and a second.
And we are voting. What is your vote? To
Yes.
approve?
Approve.
All right. 6 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Do you want to hang up now, or?
Yeah, I'll hang up. Bye-bye, guys.
10.5, Committee on Committees update discussion.
It says Huff, so I don't know what you have presented, but I just, yeah, I know. I just wanted to thank Katie and Jeff for taking the time to really think all of this through. We met originally, made some changes to the committees. Board adopted it. We lived it for a little while. We found that there were some things that we needed to tweak, some things we needed to work on. Some of these have kind of already been implemented, but this is what Katie, Jeff, and I would like to present to the board for consideration. I believe this will come up for vote at a later board meeting. To try to give more onus to the board for their committees, we would like to kind of put together a structure, and I think this has kind of already been implemented, where there's kind of a president, vice president, chairperson, whatever language we want to use, of the committee held by a board member. Eventually, we would like that to be a board member and a citizen. Right now, it's kind of challenging to get some citizenry on there, so we would like them to be to help create, kind of like what Tom does now with Dr. Huff, work with the district admin on kind of creating that agenda. Right now, the agendas are kind of just made, and we vote on it. I think this is kind of a good way another way for citizen voice, board voice to kind of get in where the main discussions happen. We also kind of wanted to put together kind of a citizen decorum. We talked about excessive absences. Obviously, board members are also kind of struggling with this a little bit. Katie had mentioned potentially adding language about excused. But basically, if there's 3 no-shows, especially in a row, we would like to make room for people that can actually be there. If there's excessive interruptions or outbursts or disrespect towards any member of the committee, it won't be tolerated. We'd like to propose a kind of a 3-strike you're out, where the chairperson will talk with that person via email the first and second time, and then the third time they will be notified that they will no longer be part of the committee. Every year, we would like the committee chairperson, vice chairperson, and district representative to review the roster and then send invites to new or current members. And then this is the one that I'm really excited about. We'd like to propose having meetings held in the community at least 2 times a year, with at least one of those meetings being held in Edgerton, preferably not at Edgerton Elementary, and we'd like it to be kind of a neutral location for the other one as well. And then I think that was pretty much it, wasn't it? Yep. So those are kind of the changes we would like to propose. I know Edgerton has already, Mayor Don has already kind of talked about different areas that we could host this at, and Edgerton's always begging for us to get out there. So it'd be great. Maybe eventually we can get a board meeting out there. Eventually.
On that note, I have toured the green space with the mayor and with the city manager, and they are very excited to have us out for a board meeting. So it is something we can discuss in more details when we're ready.
Any feedback?
My only feedback is I want to thank you guys for doing this and kind of trying to improve the process. But I will, when you bring up the absences of kicking people off, and I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus here, because we're all busy. We've got a lot of things going on. We're all on 2 to 3 committees, plus the board meetings. But if we're going to hold the members accountable as far as absences, I challenge the board members to show up at their committees.
I do appreciate that. And that was something that we'd kind of kicked around, is there are some times that we'd like to go to another committee, but you know, one thing that this administration has done, Lana and Tom, is we've actually kind of pushed the limits of how many board members are there. It used to be there'd be 1 or 2. Now some committees have 3 on there. So if you're not going to be able to make it to one of your board committees, maybe text a couple people, let them know that you're not going to be able to attend, and that could free it up for somebody else that might want to go see what, you know, a different committee does. That way there's at least board representation there, if at all possible. That was something we kicked around, but I don't think that ever got finalized. We just kind of discussed it. But for what you were talking about, I think that would be a decent practice, I guess.
All right. Any other questions or comments? .6, executive session for attorney-client communication.
How long do we need? Is Greg here?
He is.
10 minutes?
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to discuss attorney-client communication pursuant to the exception for matters which would be deemed privilege in the attorney-client relationship under COMA, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:15 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Frank Bell, Dr. Booth, Mr. Greg Coheen, and Heather Peak.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, we're back in session and on to 10.7, executive session for confidential student information.
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to discuss confidential student information pursuant to the exception relating to actions adversely or favorably affecting a student under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:25 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Marshall, Dr. Huff, Dr. Booth, and Shay Carter into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. we're back in session and on to 10.8, executive session for land and property acquisition.
Tony till, so 10 minutes. Oh, let's go with 10. Okay. Yeah.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss potential properties for land acquisition pursuant to the exception for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property under COMA, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:35 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Booth, Dr. Marshall, consultants, Mark DeWitt, and Amy Jogemeyer to the executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, we're back in session and on to 10.9, executive session for negotiations.
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to discuss the board's professional negotiation priorities and parameters with its chief negotiators pursuant to the exception for employee negotiations under COMA, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:50 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Mark Meyer, and Amy Jogemeyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed.
You don't have to put us back in session.
All right, we're back in session.
Yeah, that's why you're on. Sorry. Motion to go into executive session to discuss the board's professional negotiation priorities and parameters with its chief negotiators pursuant to the exception for employee negotiations under COMA. And the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:57 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Mark Meyer, and Amy Jogemeyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, we're back in session. The Board of Education would like to request the leadership to evaluate the potential of a staff retention incentive for all employees, regardless of FTE, continuously employed from on or before May 23rd, 2025. The board will consider formal action on this matter at the June 9th, 2025 regularly scheduled meeting. The retention incentive will be paid to eligible employees on specific pay dates during the 2025-2026 school year. This information and additional details will be provided shortly after the June board meeting. The board takes this step to recognize the amazing service the USD 231 team provides to our students and community, and especially the incredible impact of our returning staff members.
Good luck.
All right. Now we're on to 10.10, executive session for personnel.
I would like to make a motion to go into executive session to discuss the Human Resources Personnel Report pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under COMA. And the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 9:15 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Heather Peak, and Mark Meyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, we're back in session and on to 10.11, action on personnel.
I'd like to make a motion to approve personnel items as presented.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.12, executive session for personnel for superintendent's contract. 20.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the superintendent's contract pursuant to confidential personnel exceptions under COMA, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 9:30 p.m. The board would like to, I apologize, 9:40 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Jody Marshall and Dr. Ben Booth into executive session.
Can we say Amy just in case? Or did she,
With the opportunity for Amy Jogemeyer to join us as well.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, we're back in session. And on to 11.1, adjournment of meeting.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 12.1, the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Monday, June 9th, 2025, 6 p.m. here in the board office.